So we're back
Yeah. Yep.
for another episode of VBIOS.
Don't call me that.
VBOS? What do you want to be called? How do
Pimp
you
Daddy
pronounce it then?
69. That's my
Pimp,
online.
Pimp Daddy.
Yeah, that's my
Oh,
online tag
he'll go down in history.
for Pimp Daddy.
Yeah, what a memory. That
Oh,
guy is
fuck that. Fuck that shit.
permanently impressed his foot. His freaking,
Foot
what
in
was
my
it?
fucking mind. That's
Oh my.
fuck him. Fuck that guy.
Apparently he doesn't like feet pics.
Is that's what it was? That's what it was. Oh my god, that was
Yeah, he was
so
all offended,
gay.
right?
Oh yeah, yeah, he was a fag. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Because my foot was in the pic, he fucking reported me to the head admins of a Discord server. It was an accident. Like, oh, my bad. Half of my foot was in the picture.
Because you're like taking a picture of your computer or something?
Yeah, or something. I don't fucking remember. It was something. Yeah.
That's pretty dumb.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
And he said he was Muslim and feet pics are offensive
Against his
in this
religion
country?
or something. Like, what a bitch.
And you had to apologize. I remember this better than you do.
Because I didn't want to remember it. I didn't want to remember it. And I said, fuck that. I'm not apologizing to nobody.
You made the memory live on, though, with, taking his name and using it.
Well, yeah, because I was making fun of him. Like, fucking, like, it was one of those things you just can't forget. Like, yeah. And it's a good name. I'll give him that. It's a good name.
Yeah, you got pimped.
Like we're gonna have this conversation with a guy named Pimp Daddy 69. Right. like can you imagine the fucking idiocracy of the Discord admins?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? You're not taking this guy seriously, are you?
They don't all have very high IQs around here, You gotta be careful.
Like, dude, the guy's rank, the Discord admin's rank on the fucking server was bronze.
I don't know what that means.
So in a game called League of Legends,
it was like shit.
So okay,
I think it's shit.
Alright, so in League of Legends you have multiple different tiers. The bottom tier, the bottom of the bottom, like you actually have to be like missing chromosomes to get here, is iron. Then it goes bronze, and you're still bottom 1% in bronze.
And he's got freaking admin.
He's got admin in a fucking League of Legends Discord server that's designed to get you to masters. Like,
sounds like he's a real admin's son or something. Just got out of diapers and
I don't know.
Here, have the title.
That was like a fucking diversity hire. That's what that was.
Could be. Got to keep up their quota.
Because I was sitting there chilling at Diamond, right? And I'm listening to this fucking retard at Bronze tell me that I have to apologize to somebody called Pimp Daddy 69 because my foot was accidentally in a fucking picture that I was sending of him about some bullshit. And
I think you were helping him with something.
Yeah, I was helping him with some. And then because it was quote unquote against Pimp Daddy 69's fucking religion, that he can't see a fucking foot, half my foot accidentally in a picture, that this bronze schmuck has to fucking tell me to apologize to him. Like,
what?
Like if it were legal for me to go tell somebody some words, then I would do it. Mm-hmm. If this was a phone call and I didn't have eyes on me, I would have told this person to do things. I don't know what that one means, but it would be.
Me either.
I would have some words. Pound sand? What do you mean pound sand? Go fucking kick rocks?
I've heard that. Yeah.
Pound sand.
Pound sand. Who knows? I'm afraid to look it up and find out what the real definition is, actually. Maybe it's better we just leave that one alone.
That was fun.
But
That was some
what do
shit.
you
But yeah,
what do you think a pimp daddy looks like?
like an overweight, probably black guy with a fucking fishbowl as a wine glass with a pimp coat. You have to have the pimp coat.
The chains, the gold,
Yeah. You whatever.
rings on both fingers. Got to have them on both.
Yeah, the picture that you have
Gold
in your
teeth,
mind is exactly the right picture. Like,
white hat turned sideways. Some, gang colors on the the arm sleeve,
like
something.
imagine what do you call it? Imagine, I don't know, what's his name? Imagine Biggie, right? That's
Yeah.
comedically overweight, which he already was, but I meant like to the second power.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And then in a
Next
giant
tier,
pimp
tier
coat.
2.
Yeah, tier 2 pimp, Biggie.
Pimp coat, fur, pink, like black and white fur coat.
Yeah.
Is that what we're talking? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. Probably got cougars around him. Like, you get the picture, right? It's just like some weird sleazy hotel vibe.
Yep.
That's the right image. And he's selling fucking crack rocks out of the fucking Motel 6. That's what's going on here.
But, can't have feet pics in his pictures.
No. Can't have that.
Hell no.
Oh no.
Yeah.
And it's not like I had nasty toes or nothing. I keep them fucking clean, and I actually cut my toenails. It's like, I can understand if it's some fucking raggedy ass hangnail or like fucking bear claws in the picture. Like, okay, that's nasty. But like, I have fucking normal toes. Like, it's not.
That's good. Good to know.
Yeah, not that you needed to know, but there needs to be context.
Good toe hygiene is important, they say, for something.
Something.
Mm-hmm. You never know what you're gonna need your clean toes for. So, are you in World of Warcraft? Is that what you're playing?
Yeah, I just kind of I queued up for a dungeon, and I just decided to walk around Stormwind.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's a lot to see there.
Right. I'm like, I was outside of the gates. Now I'm walking back inside of Stormwind.
Mm-hmm. That's cool.
Yeah, I don't know where to quest at level 30. Because, I'm used to playing Horde.
Yeah. Well,
I could always
the
hop
olden
off
days.
Of this. What?
The olden days, people would actually look on their map and like mouse over the different sections, and it would tell them this area is level whatever to whatever, and then you just go to that area and find some quests to do.
Okay, I got a plan.
You do?
Yep.
When you mouse over your map, does it tell you what level those areas are?
Let's see what we got here. What even is this here? Duskwood? What the fuck is a Duskwood? Do I have to go swim over there? What is that? Blasted. Swamp of Sorrows.
Oh, you're looking at quests, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't. I know you don't like a lot of add-ons, but there's a perfect one for what I'm telling you. It's pretty lightweight. It just gives you the levels of the areas. That's basically it.
I'm gonna go over to the other continent. I think that's the area that I'm just gonna hike in.
Iron Forge. Man, I can't get over how
nice the Alliance cities are.
Yeah, I mean, not just prettier. I mean, I don't need them prettier, but the layout, the size, the structure, the attention to detail, all of it,
Let me get a fucking mud hut.
Yeah. Mud hut. Surprised they didn't just dig some holes in the ground, you know?
Well,
Oh,
so
there you
maybe
go.
if we had a fucking hole in the ground, well, technically Undercity's a hole in the ground.
Yeah, that's true. Well, yeah, because the top part of it was freaking ruined.
Lordaeron. Yeah.
Yeah, used to be a castle.
Used to be Arthas's castle,
Arthas, yes, the
and now it's undead.
Lich King. Hmm. What'd you think of the Warcraft movie?
It's pretty good.
Do you remember it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Surprised I liked it. Man, the voice acting and shit of like Gul'dan and some great
No,
voices in that.
this is another one of those shows that I'm gonna hate you for because it's like, oh, you're gonna make me watch a 2 to 3 hour long movie and there's no sequel and it just ends on a cliffhanger.
Come on, really?
It's
Well, we
I hate
have
that.
the rest of the story though. It's all in this fucking game.
Yeah, yeah, it's all in the game. That's what I wanted to see.
There's like freaking books and
You
lore
got me fucked up reading a
videos.
book. Like, yeah, I'm not reading a book.
Not educated enough for books, huh?
I am, dude. When we have the internet, why would I?
Right.
Yeah,
Why read a book when you can watch a book?
yeah. Like for all those motherfuckers that like books, why we have fucking high speed internet? We have fiber optic.
Yeah.
Yeah, does that make any sense to you?
You know, I think if they kept going with the movie, like perhaps they overdid it, you know, just a little bit with the 150 mil
Yeah,
price tag. If they had started small and just like continued to build up and get better and better, people like, oh, this one was so great. You know, they're bringing it to the next level. But they like tried to like, you know, pull all the stops out. You know, first run
but
was
that's the
huge.
thing.
Freaking.
It's like now you guys came out swinging so hard. Now whatever comes after it is gonna be hard to follow up.
Well, I don't think so because they made a lot of mistakes, and I don't know where the mistakes are. If it's with the director, producer, the freaking script writer, who the fuck it's with, the action person that does all the action scenes and shit. But there was something missing for a lot of people in it, um, and I've never bothered to look to see what that is because for me at that time in my life when I watched it, uh, it was something different. It meant something different, and um, you know, I was probably expecting some kind of a more mainstream hero concept
Normie,
kind of thing.
normie shit, not the lore of the game.
Yeah, not everything just fucking leading to confusion of who stands where and what the fuck happened. How? I mean, there was no fucking story for medieval, whoever that fucking wizard was, wizard
Yeah,
druid.
I never heard of that motherfucker. Maybe it's in the lore in fucking page 1003 that we didn't
Oh,
read.
probably,
Yeah.
no doubt. Yeah,
Yep.
but they didn't explain at all where he fucking got the
Well,
belt. Like, how did he get infected?
none of it has any context.
No, yeah, that was part of it for me. Yeah, just like out of nowhere, there's just this random okay, random wizard. We
See,
know he's been
see,
isolated up in a fucking tower for 6 years, but you know,
see
okay,
the
then he's calling the fucking horde. There's no backstory to that.
no. Well, they expect everybody to have been playing the game for fucking 10 years, right?
Yeah, well,
Because you
that's
look
the
at
fucking mistake.
Warcraft, you look at the OG Warcraft. When did that come out? God
2004.
knows. No, 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 no. That's World of
Oh,
Warcraft.
Warcraft.
I
Oh yeah,
mean,
yeah. Okay.
fucking
Oh,
Warcraft.
Warcraft and Warcraft 2, 3. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So
Gotcha.
the
Gotcha.
lore started building up with those games.
Right. Well, that's their fucking mistake because they should have been like explaining it to the people that I mean, this was their chance, man. They had fucking 12 million subscribers. monthly, paying
we did the
$15 a
calculation.
month.
Did the calculation? That's $2.1 billion a year.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Money rolling in, and they could have like started from scratch with the story. I mean, not completely, but built up the information that was needed about each, group, class, whatever they had to do, tie some solid story together that people that don't, because I was playing the game quite a bit and I still didn't know the lore, so I was looking for that in it, an understanding of what was going on, and I didn't know what the fuck I thought I was going to be watching Thrall, and then at the very end I thought it was Thrall, but there was no clear.
It has to
I
be
didn't
Thrall.
even know.
There's no
Yeah.
fucking way it's not Thrall.
Right. Well, looked it up after, and yeah, had to look up the names because I never knew Thrall's parents' names.
Right.
So, yeah, they dropped the ball. They could have had another 12 million subscribers if they had done it right.
Right.
Oh, so sad.
But that's the thing I'm talking about is like I think they expected the players to be so asshole deep into the lore to kind of figure it out, or maybe they didn't want to explain it.
Yeah.
Like maybe they wanted you to, it piques my interest, I should go check this out.
Right. I mean, MMORPGs kind of are a niche kind of thing anyway. Not everybody likes them.
$2.1 billion.
Yes, but out of all the gamers in the world, the multi-billion-dollar industry, it's a small fraction of the players that game.
Okay, you have a point, but this is the king. Else. This is the king of MMOs.
The king of MMOs, exactly.
That's the cream of the crop.
Yep.
This is what every fucking MMO strives to be.
All right, you know me. I mean, I was a pretty hardcore back in the day when it came out, Vanilla and Burning Crusade, but I never really got into the lore. I was into the game. Now, there's people that are in my, in my category. You're already in a niche group, right, of 12 million people, and then you break that down into, well, how many people of these, they might like gaming, but they might not be into movies, or they might be into the game, but they're not into the lore. For me, at least I was into movies and shows, so that had that going for me. But if they're trying to really captivate the audience of who's going to watch it, they should have been appealing to a lot more diversity, if not just the people that know the lore.
You want to go seal clubbing with me in the Barrens?
Seal clubbing?
Seal clubbing.
No, I don't. I'm not ready for that kind of
engagement.
Treachery.
Okay. Well, I'm in the Barrens, and yeah, just rolling through. Just because I have no idea how to get to Stone Talon Mountains on the Alliance side, and I need to go to Stone Talon Mountains.
I was never a fan of Stone Talon.
The best thing that came out of Stone Talon Mountains was that bullshit fabricated YouTube video. Do you remember that?
No. What was that about?
It was some guy who made this elaborate story that was a really good fucking story. And it was like 20 minutes long or some shit. And in the end, it just turns out to be, he said the whole story is bullshit.
Oh.
And you remember that?
I forgot.
And if I can do it, if I can do it, some random YouTuber on the internet can fucking make a story this good. Why can't Blizzard actually make a decent fucking story?
Do you remember what that was about? What happened in it?
It was some, like, he was trying to, like, make some anomaly or, like, make some hyped up mystery of Stone Talon Mountains of, like, murders or something. And I actually forget. Like, I don't want to waste my time for 20 minutes listening to that story again. But it was so fucking hilarious.
Like, it tied into an actual Blizzard employee that had a certain name. And
Yeah,
Oh,
it
yeah.
was good. It was a
And
good
he
story.
had some hidden shit in the game. Oh yeah.
I bet I could pull that shit up.
That was a good find.
If I type
Never.
Asmongold Stone Talon Mountain story, I bet I could find it. That is the
forgot,
best thing about Stone Talon Mountains.
forgot about Asmongold.
Asmongold.
He's quite the character.
One thing I love about Asmongold is like you can actually have a conversation. Like he's one of those people that you can have a conversation with and always
Yeah.
come with like a unique perspective on something.
Yeah.
Like
I think he actually enjoys engaging with people. Like it's not even. It comes so naturally. It's second nature to him that he doesn't really have to work at it. You know what I mean?
yeah,
It's like this is
show
what I
up.
am.
I show up to party.
That's...
Like oh, speaking of which, I still got that fucking beer in the fridge.
oh, oh, it's an Irish Christmas today, boys.
I just finished a cup of coffee, and I don't know if I should parlay it with that beer.
Mm.
That's a combo.
Caffeine and
Alcohol.
ether.
Yeah.
Ethanol.
You know, I think can't you get high on that?
Probably, yeah.
Because that's the shit that it's made out of corn ethanol.
Is it?
I think so.
I'm not a professional.
Let me look that up.
Like, isn't 90% of the stuff we eat made out of corn some way?
It's naturally produced by plants and humans and is also a byproduct of the oxidation of ethanol. Oh no, I spelled it wrong. I spelled it ethanol. That's something else apparently. Ethanol, also called ethyl alcohol, grain alcohol, drinking alcohol, or simply alcohol, is an organic compound with the chemical formula some. It is an alcohol which formula is also written as that gay shit, where ET stands for ethyl. What is fermenting the sugar in the starches of grains such as corn, some barley, and the sugar in sugar cane and sugar beets.
I see.
The more you know.
Yep. There you have it. There you have it, folks. If you didn't know, now you do. So what you're saying is I can crush up and snort some corn.
If you wanted to, I have snorted chili powder before.
Yeah.
Yep. I think I told you that story.
Was it worth the $20 or whatever?
I got fucking 4 ramen noodle soup packs for it.
4? Holy shit!
4.
Wow.
Yeah. The main, I didn't even want the soup package. He just told me I wouldn't do it. By him approaching me saying, I'll give you this to snort chili powder, told me he thought I wasn't going to do it. So, me being me, I had to prove to this motherfucker that I was going to do it. And just the soups were just a fucking added bonus, which I eventually traded for 2 honey buns.
Oh, you upped.
I upped.
Very nice.
Yep. I couldn't give 2 fucks about 2 packs of ramen noodles. Like, I actually don't like them, and I would trade mine away for good shit, like trays. Like, I would make it impossible for a motherfucker to have a salad in there. And here's why. Because I would uptrade to the honey buns. Then I would trade...
Yeah, go ahead.
I would uptrade... I would take them fucking... what do you call it? Those ramen noodle packs. I would uptrade to honey buns. They called them icy whites in there because they weren't like the glazed. They were like the white glaze. You know what I'm talking about? So they called them icy whites. Anyway. So I would uptrade to that, and it's a special menu that the Jews get. For whatever reason, the Jews get special treatment in there, and they get all natural shit and salads and bullshit like that.
Yep.
So
Kosher, gotta be
the,
kosher.
yeah, exactly. So this the motherfucker who was Jewish named Julian. So Julian would trade his tray with salad, eggs, fucking. It was a party on that fucking plate. I'll tell you. And I would make it impossible for anybody else to have that tray. And the reason why is because I would pay a ridiculous amount for that tray to have all the all natural shit.
Yep.
So that's I mean it's like one of those dickheads at an auction that hikes up the price to a ridiculous amount just to say fuck you guys. Like,
now, like, where? I mean, you keep talking about this place. What is this
oh, I know
place?
why you're asking me this question. I know why you.
I really don't know.
It's fucking. Yeah, I think you're bullshitting.
I have a guess, but
Try. All right, where would be the only place
we don't have to go
in
there.
the world where we would be trading ramen noodle soups like we were fucking surviving off the land? Like, where would we be, Bane?
Well, there's a couple options, and both of them are large facilities.
Okay. Well, what was? Give me your options. What were you thinking?
Well, this could have been, maybe you got sent away to a residential program for boys when you're like 13.
Okay.
Maybe, maybe juvie. Maybe you got hospitalized. You got hurt and you're in the hospital. And
yeah, try again.
Maybe a club. Maybe a club. Club for special people.
Special people. Yep.
Yeah. Maybe placed where too many happies before somebody's name is just a little bit too happy, and they get special white jackets.
Special treatment.
And then there's like bars, places that have bars. I mean,
so you mean to tell me you're going to a bar to trade ramen noodle soup packets?
Well, no, I was thinking about the walls were bars, but
okay. That's the right answer.
All right. Well, the more you know.
Yeah, the more you know. With a giant gay rainbow in the back with SpongeBob holding up his hands.
Yeah. Well, where does one get the water for these ramen packets?
Out of the sink.
I forget that you actually get a sink in your cell.
Yeah, I fucked up somebody's sink.
Did you take a big turd in it?
I jammed a pencil into this guy's nozzle.
Really?
Oh shit! I had one of the weirdest things happen to me. I used to work for this construction company. I used to work for this guy named, I'm not gonna say his name, but I used to work for this guy, and there was also another guy that I worked. Well, not work for him, but he was my what's it called when you work with somebody?
Apprentice?
Coworker.
Coworker.
I had a coworker, right? So I had this construction boss and I had this coworker. And I'm in there, bit of time. Then he just shows up. And then the other one shows up. And then like that fucking SpongeBob meme, or not the SpongeBob meme, the Spider-Man meme, where everybody's pointing at each other in a fucking triangle. I shit you not, in the middle of the cafeteria floor, we all just kind of like look at each other like that. And one of them says, "Oh, the gang's all here." It was so fucking funny.
Oh, that's crazy.
And then I jammed a pencil in his sink. That's how these stories are connected. It was an accident. I was trying to stop his sink from leaking, and so what I did, I jammed it with a pencil. Then what had happened?
Crazy they even give you pencils in there.
Well, yo, it's crazy. I was in there for Christmas, and they gave us candy canes.
Free shanks, glass shanks. uh, oh, damn.
You know how much money those fucking candy canes were trading for? Like, like I don't understand is like who sat down and said, you know what's gonna be a really good thing to give a whole bunch of inmates? Candy canes. Like that has to be intentional because there's no fucking way.
Yeah, that's crazy. Have a good time. Have a Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas. Meanwhile, it's a fucking knife blade that says Merry Christmas. I have a pocket knife that says that. It says Merry Christmas on the blade.
Wow. Ooh.
Like, oh man, that was so fucking stupid. I still to this day cannot believe that.
Yeah, it's a good thing nothing happened because whoever thought of that fucking genius idea.
Yeah, I could have got sued or something. I don't know. That's gotta be a lawsuit of some kind.
For sure. No. I gotta upload my new version of my add-on here.
Huh. Gee.
I added it can be enabled and disabled through commands. I made it so you can make it so anybody in the chat can do the command or only the leader in order to prevent abuse, I guess.
Prevent abuse, like giving people candy canes.
Yeah.
That should be abuse. Yeah. That's abuse right there.
Kind of regretting sending Kyle gold. I don't know what I was thinking.
Why?
Oh, because I don't think he's going to really be playing much. He just happens to pop in and play with us for an hour or so and then disappears.
Oh, yes. That was fun.
Yeah. You should have seen him. You weren't here when
yeah, because I had to go deal with that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, when he was
at
what?
a different time, though.
Oh, okay.
When I taught him about the Maya from Sesame AI thing, he had a full-on conversation with it, and
was he drunk?
He was, oh yeah, and he was going off on it, telling it to shut up. Given his high intellectual logic, with how bad it was,
Okay.
arguing with her.
High intellectual logic. What do you mean by that statement? How is Kyle
exactly?
Well, no, I just wanted you to specify how you thought Kyle was smart.
Well, his attempt at trying to out-logicate the AI.
Oh, okay.
You know, the reagent.
Well, I wasn't trying to say Kyle was retarded because he's smart.
He is a smart cookie. Yeah.
Yeah.
He'd ask. You'd have to be there. Like he would ask it a question, wouldn't even let it answer, and you go, see, you don't know anything.
So how did it like that?
It couldn't get a word in. He was talking the whole fucking time.
That sounds like Kyle. That sounds exactly like
Exactly.
Kyle. Yeah.
You know, it would finally get a sentence in and, not even be able to finish his point, and he would just interrupt it and go off. Uh, yeah, it's so funny.
Hey, you know what? Well, you know what he needs?
A Valium.
Candy canes.
Yeah. They usually don't give people pens or pencils, any sharp object,
You know what's
nothing.
crazy is they don't let you have shoelaces, but they'll give you pens, pencils, candy canes. They'll sell you Jolly Ranchers, and I don't think you understand the danger behind giving somebody Jolly Ranchers
This can be melted down into any shape.
into a shank.
Yeah. You get a whole bunch of those together, melt them down and
Make the fucking Infinity Gauntlet with it. Like,
you know, somehow like mold it into the tip of a shoe or something. You don't need laces for that. You just
no, fucking molded into the fucking Thanos gauntlet. Like, and then put the fucking each flavor Jolly Rancher in each one of the gem slots with a giant fucking shank at the end of it. Like,
oh man.
and they might take it away because they think it's a weapons technology.
Yeah. Yeah. You might have to Shawshank Redemption those Jolly Ranchers over a period of time, but
Make a fucking spoon out of a fucking Jolly Rancher.
oh man. You could
Make a
probably make a bong out of it.
make a fucking katana out of the motherfuckers. Like the fucking Jolly Rancher katana.
Uh,
They call it the Jolly Roger.
man. Yeah, it's then there'd be a lot more truth to sugar's bad for you.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like
Uh, Sugar is bad for your health. Too much sugar. Give you diabetes.
all side effects include diabetes and a fucking hole in your fucking stomach cavity. Like
uh, can affect everything, your heart, your spleen,
yeah, I
kidney.
mean fucking eye socket. You just don't know. Like,
Yeah.
like
Hi, how are you?
Ah, shit. Man,
well,
ever since I started like learning how to manipulate these add-on files, like
can't
it's
stop.
like a whole new world.
You're
It's
addicted
like
to it.
whatever that like Disney song is, a whole new world.
Yeah, I am not like a Disney kid.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Never mind.
Yeah,
I think it was Aladdin. Can't remember.
You know, I wasn't really a fan of most of the Disney movies. I thought Aladdin was good, yeah, but it wasn't like I'm not taking Aladdin over SpongeBob.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and you banned SpongeBob from your kids. That now, if you
Yeah.
want to talk about communism, that's the definition.
I'm kind of well. No,
Yes,
that's
yes,
monarchy,
yeah, which is communism.
patriarchal monarchy.
That's not how that works. That's that. Those things are antonyms.
Communism is like sharing everything. I was a
Right,
tyrant.
right, and it associates itself with a dictatorship or an oligarchy.
Okay. All right.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, and
Let's
where
not
you
get
don't
it
have free
confused
speech
with
or have any,
communism.
and you don't have any freedoms to do anything that you want.
Well, there are there's
Like yeah,
some.
like wiping your own ass. Like
Well,
you get to wipe your ass and work for me for free.
well,
Like that's the plus side.
well, that was Killer's parents. That's
Yeah,
I wasn't like that. I drew the line, some places.
at SpongeBob. Couldn't have
Yeah,
SpongeBob.
yeah, and my
Yeah.
kids are a lot more well-rounded,
Oh
for
yeah.
it.
hmm
I believe.
I I'll take that with a grain of salt.
Everybody I know that is like SpongeBob
hmm
fanatics,
Okay.
or they
Okay.
associate everything with SpongeBob. There's
Tread
a
lightly.
little something,
I
something
think that
special.
you have come to a stretch, like a conclusion there. I think
I'm a
we.
little bit racist to SpongeBob, I must say. I don't know.
So you just don't like the color yellow. So do you also not like Chinese people?
That's not fair.
I think
That's a cartoon. That's not real people.
Well, I mean, yellow is yellow, bro. Like, I mean, where do
I
we
like
draw the line?
yellow in some situations.
Like curry. Curry is not bad.
Is curry completely yellow?
It's like it got an orange tint to it,
Yeah, I thought so.
but I think it's more yellowy than orange, right?
You might be right. I know there's different levels of spice. I don't know if they just add more pepper or something to the ones
I
that
don't
are
know.
more spicy.
But like, there you can overdo it, sure.
Yeah. Well, when I order from an Indian restaurant, there's, mild, medium, hot, spicy.
hmm
So they spice it up with something. Probably, I don't know.
Man, I went to this pizza place the other
Shenanigans.
day, and it was so fucking shit, and they wanted $5 a slice.
Ugh.
I like,
You're in New York. I mean,
yeah, dude. But the thing is, it's New
common there.
York. You would think it was good pizza, right? Nah. Some of the worst pizza I've ever had. It was way too greasy. Fucking, and it didn't taste how you would want it to taste.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because I got a weird flavor.
Per chance.
I got the fucking spinach flavor with the cheese, you know what I'm talking about? And then I got chicken parmesan with vodka sauce pizza.
Vodka, like real vodka sauce or just flavored?
No, like real vodka sauce. Like the sauce
That
is
sounds
vodka
gross.
sauce. What? It was actually the better of the two,
Okay,
in my opinion. 'Cause that chicken was on point. But
gotcha.
for $5 a slice, I was expecting, a little bit more. Like I would at that point I'd rather just go order the whole Domino's pizza.
I would have rather washed it down with some vodka instead of eating my vodka.
You've never had vodka sauce?
No.
Okay, that explains why you don't like it. That explains. It's like because the vodka is cooked out of the sauce, so there's no alcohol in it when you eat it. It's just there for the taste.
Yeah, that's what they say.
That's what they say.
There are some foods that all the alcohol doesn't actually get cooked out.
Yeah, but like this is different because all of it is evaporated in how it's cooked. Like you'll make your red sauce with like tomatoes and shit, right? So just a plain red sauce. Then you'll take like bits of like cubed pork, but really small cubed pork. It's got a weird Italian name. I forget what it's called. Pancetta, that's what it's called. And then you start frying these bitches in the pan, these little pork bits, and then you dump your fucking vodka in that motherfucker, right? Then you're simmering it in the meat. Then by the time
No
that
way.
you like, all of it evaporates because of the heat. So all of it's gone. Then you're gonna put your red sauce in that. Then you're gonna add heavy cream to it. So the red color of the red sauce, which is just tomato sauce, mixes with the heavy cream, so you get this orange sauce. It's like almost a bacony kind of taste with the pancetta. So, and then you put um chili powder. Wait, I don't know if it's chili. It's not chili powder. It's fucking. It's two spices. It's fuck. What is it? It's not chili powder and it's not paprika. Maybe it is chili powder. It's like two ready spices. Like, fuck, man. Anyway, I'll remember at some point if I went through my cabinet. But it's like two spices that go along with it, and it's really fucking good.
Yep.
You've never had it.
What's it called again?
Look up vodka sauce, like pasta with
Oh.
vodka sauce,
Oh, pasta with vodka sauce. Okay.
and then you'll here. I'll pull it up.
I've never had it. I
Really?
know that for a fact. Yeah. Well, if I have at some, party or something, I didn't know. And there was nothing that I came across and be like, "Oh, this is so great," and what's in it, and, oh, it's
It's
vodka sauce. Like,
try
no,
it.
that never happened.
You should try it one day. It's not. It doesn't have any like taste of vodka, and it doesn't have. It's not like an alcoholic thing. It's just there for the taste.
Right. Well, after the alcohol part of it evaporates out, what's the flavor that's left behind? I mean, what does that taste like?
There's nothing on this planet I could fucking put next to it. It's such a unique taste. Like,
Interesting.
like it's like a creamy tomato sauce with like a fucking mean zing to it, and then you got the meat and the spice in there. It's like it's very unique. Like it's not. Then you got the cheese on top of it.
Okay, so if you put vodka like in a pan, right?
Yep.
I mean, it's mostly liquid, right? And
Yep.
then when you heat it up, eventually the alcohol part of it evaporates,
Yep.
right?
Mhm.
What the fuck is left?
The meat.
Huh?
The meat.
The meat? No, no, no. I'm talking about just a pan. You pour vodka in a pan on the stove. You heat it up, so the alcohol evaporates. What's fucking left?
Whatever else is in the vodka.
What is in the vodka? That's what I'm asking.
Vodka's made out of potatoes.
Okay.
Like it's like distilled potatoes, I think it is.
Okay. All right. So there's some kind of remnants of potato left.
But it doesn't taste like potato. It's not like, bro, here's a fucking potato, put it in my goddamn sauce. No, it's not like that.
Well, obviously, I mean, it's like, it's clear. Vodka's clear. So,
Right.
I mean,
Right. It must be that potassium that you're telling me about that's in the goddamn sauce.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. You know what? Let's ask old Chatty.
Okay. Ask
GPT.
Chat GPT and see what it thinks.
All right. Put a pot of vodka on the stove. Heat it up. How long will it take to evaporate all the alcohol? And what is left? Thinking, calculating, analyzing, processing. Yes, advanced reasoning. Okay. This is very interesting. Spewing through a bunch of data. It's coming to its conclusions. Who knows if they're going to be accurate? But hey, we'll make some shit up if not.
I mean, it'll tell you something, but God knows if it's accurate. You know?
Oh, damn. There's like all kinds of fucking math and calculations and shit. Damn.
Now I know it's not gonna be right.
Evaporation mechanism. When you heat vodka water mixture on a stove, ethanol evaporates first. Boiling point of 78.2 Celsius. Then, as its concentration falls, the mixture's temperature climbs towards 100 Celsius and water evaporates. The vapor composition shifts over time from ethanol rich towards water rich. Time estimate for about 750 milliliter bottle at 40% ABV. And then there's a calculation, density of liquid ethanol, energy needed, real world adjustment, account for heat loss, changing blah blah blah. What remains? Mostly water. The remaining 60% of the original volume until you continue to heat past 100 Celsius. Trace congeners, fossil oil, fusel oils, flavor compounds have higher boiling points and may concentrate slightly in the pot, but are minimal in well-distilled vodka. If you could heat to complete dryness, water's latent heat.
So how much alcohol is in it, Bane?
Well, I mean, in this particular calculation, there's 40%, I think.
No. After you boil it, what is it? How much alcohol is left?
Well, I don't really know. Let me see.
I
go
you
back
don't know? You don't know.
What remains? Mostly water. The
Okay.
remaining 60% of the original volume. So this is like 40% of the alcohol.
Right, because most vodka bottles are. The more you know.
All right. Now I know. So it takes approximately, from this whole math calculation with this amount of shit, 40% ethanol or whatever, typical gas burners, okay, at 500 watts, we're talking about 6.6 minutes.
Yes.
Real world adjustment. Yep. Okay, and final traces. So plan on about 10 to 15 minutes to remove virtually all ethanol. Driving final traces below 0.5% ABV can take about 20 to 30 minutes. See, I think people that are making these fucking things are leaving alcohol behind.
But they're not putting 750 milliliters in the motherfucker. That's the whole bottle. You do like fucking 2 tablespoons or something. Motherfuck. So like, and you're also, when you're cooking the meat in the pan, it ain't just gonna be like 72 degrees Celsius. It's gonna be like 400 degrees.
I don't know. I've had some freaking cakes that are cooked with alcohol, and I'll tell you,
that's different.
I think those motherfuckers are getting drunk on the cake.
But the thing is, that's bakery shit. They don't fry. It's not like you're putting it in the pan and frying it. It's different. Like the chocolates, yeah, those motherfuckers got alcohol in them. Just like ask it, like, does vodka sauce have alcohol? It's like,
okay, hold on, I'm asking a different question. Is there flavor left behind? Yes, even after all the ethanol boils away, you'll still have water. Trace I don't even know. I don't know how to pronounce this word. Congeners, flavor compounds. Congeners. Yep. Such as some other kind of alcohol. Something else. I don't know how to pronounce. Tiny amounts of acids and phenols.
Let me go put a jack in the room.
All right.
Okay, I'm back. Hello?
Hello. Typing. Second. Here we go. Here's the real secret.
Mhm.
All right. People use alcohol in cooking not just for the buzz, because it uniquely extracts, carries, and amplifies flavors that water or fat alone can't touch. Powerful solvent for flavor compounds. Alcohol dissolves both water-soluble and fat-soluble molecules, plus a third class alcohol-soluble compounds. In tomato sauce, for example, ethanol pulls out extra tomato aroma compounds that plain water can't, making the whole sauce taste more tomatoey, more complete deglazing. When you splash wine or vodka into a hot pan, alcohol helps lift the browned bits fond out of the bottom more effectively than water or stock, incorporating those concentrated flavors into your sauce. Ethanol is very volatile and it carries aroma molecules up into your nose more rapidly than water. That heightened aromatic punch is a big part of why wine, spirit-based sauces smell so enticing. Acidity and tenderizing. In the case of wine, wines bring acidity, and in reds, tannins that lightly break down proteins in meat and brighten overall flavor. A cup of wine and marinade can deliver herbs and spices into meat more effectively than a purely water-based mix. Texture and mouthfeel. Some amounts of alcohol can alter how fats and proteins interact, sometimes giving sauces a silkier, more cohesive texture. Residual flavor compounds. Even though most ethanol evaporates during cooking, non-volatile congeners and esters stay behind. These are the compounds that give each spirit or wine its distinctive character. They add subtle depth that water can't replicate. So, what I had asked it, is it just an illusion? That is false. Alcohol really does unlock and deliver flavor in ways water or oil alone cannot. There you go.
Okay.
I am now educated.
I also figured out how to move the FPS counter.
Move it.
Yeah, move anything.
Oh, the Move Anything add-on?
Yeah.
I love that thing. It's a great add-on.
I got it moved.
Not that you need it with all the freaking numbers in the top left. I mean,
Yeah, but look what I got.
you like to compare, huh?
I got oh, look, that's actually a really good idea.
You should be able to grab it, man, and just drag it. You don't need those sliders.
You'd just be able to. I can't grab it.
Oh, really? Was that one of the special ones that you had to like look up the ID for or something?
No, no. I just had to scroll through the list and look through the bullshit.
Gotcha.
Right there. I think I'm gonna put it right there.
Behind all that?
Oh, it's right under it.
That's better. Yeah, I forget there's a delay in the stream.
Mm-hmm. I originally had it top right, but then you were like, "Oh, to compare it," and I was like, "Well, that's a better idea."
Yeah.
It seems to update a lot faster than the one I have. Like the tick rate's much higher.
Shit. And I'm having a lot of fun manipulating these little add-ons, even though it's time-consuming and stuff. It's been a blast. Seeing all the changes, making it look better, like taking somebody else's work that they abandoned and just like remaking it so it's better than it ever was before. Like, this is stuff I wish I could have done many years ago, you know?
Hmm.
Or I'd have to like get lucky and find some random developer that actually answers me when I message them and, oh, by the way, can you fix this add-on for me?
Hmm.
And really all it took was just changing a number in one of the files and it would work again. For some of the basic stuff, you know.
Hmm.
Man.
I'm going back to my druid. This is bullshit.
You don't like the hunter?
I like the hunter. It's just I can't find a dungeon. I've been waiting an hour and a half to find a dungeon and nothing. So
Yeah. Good old druid. Bring back the druid. Man, I don't know if ChatGPT is going to be top of the AI heap.
no.
It
Well,
seems that right now that it kind of is with all its funding and shit that it's getting. I mean, it just...
You know what I think it's good for? I think it's good for people to have access to it. Like if they have they can't access like one that's really high end.
Yeah.
Then it's like this is the poor man's AI. That's what this is.
Yeah, that's kind of what it seems like. I mean, it has so many freaking limitations, and I've been creating a list of all the things that I've done to make it break, or lie to me, or make up bullshit. It fabricates shit out of thin air. I can't even. One example is I could tell that it was like making up bullshit about time frames, how long it would take to do something, and then the way it would reply. It thinks only a couple minutes had passed, so I started telling it, anytime you respond to me, I want a timestamp. And it says, oh yeah, and the timestamps were always off by a few minutes at first, and then 10 to 15 minutes, and sometimes it's not. And they're like, oh well, sometimes it takes time to respond. No, it doesn't, motherfucker. You're taking like less than 30 seconds, sometimes 10 seconds to respond, and it's not. It doesn't take 5 to 10 minutes, and you're still way off. Like, it's not making sense. And then it started adding time, like futuristic time. I checked to see what time it is. It's like 12 o'clock, and it's saying it's 12:17 or something. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
So I finally found out that it's not allowed to actually look online for real live time data. It's looking at a fucking database that has already been scanned and approved based on a certain amount of time, and its idea or its concept of time is based on some kind of fucking algorithm based on how often you're responding and how the conversation's going, based on old time data. Like, it doesn't have an actual clock that it can look at. And then I started trying to force it to go to, like time.is or something, or any official thing. And it says at the end that it's grabbing real-time live data from it, but it's still off by, towards the end it was like off by 30 minutes. I did find out that when I would correct it and show it the real time, it then redid its formula and calculation, and it got closer again. So I stopped giving it that information and continued to test it, giving it bullshit to see what the timestamps would be. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I have been having fun breaking it just as much as the times I've found it being useful.
It's
yeah, like you were saying, it's poor man's. Like, whoever comes out with a version that is giving it for free, that actually can do what everybody wants it to fucking do, and not all these limitations and safeguards and shit, like, they are gonna be on top. And less than it's gonna be like Discord. They're gonna be the only one that has all this shit, and it's gonna take everybody a long time to catch up because people are already so used to having what they have. You know what I mean?
Well, that's why the what do you call it? Data centers are such in high demand right now. Everybody wants their own fucking AI. Because if you can host your own AI, then you can make it do whatever you want.
Right.
Especially fucking big trading companies. Like, can you imagine, like, if you teach one of the motherfuckers to day trade?
Yep.
Like, probably they're already doing it, to be honest with you.
Absolutely are. Of course they are.
And probably they don't even give a fuck about the dollar anymore. They just care about crypto. Because if you're gonna be a nerd anyway, why not be a full fucking crypto nerd too?
Yep. I'm glad I didn't fully invest in Dogecoin like I had planned.
Yeah, it didn't turn out to how I thought it would turn out. I guess the Trump Elon backlash was real.
Oh yeah. It is drove the price of that way down. I mean, he's done such a good job at being a hated person. I mean, before, helping Trump get into office and then having the Doge part of the government, like Democrats kind of still like Elon to a certain
Yeah.
degree, even if they didn't agree with some of his shit. But now, being aligned with Trump, he just fucking ruined
All of that.
a lot of the reputation with that. Yeah.
Well, the
Which
thing
drove
is,
his stock prices down on all his shit. Maybe not SpaceX, I don't know, but Tesla and other shit he has his hands in. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, you got to think who is buying his cars. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to be a Republican that wants the fucking gas guzzling and shit, right?
Yep.
It's going to be, oh, save the planet, save the planet. It's going to be those people, or the people that want a tax break on electric, but for some other reason. But that's what I think the Tesla was affected so much by it, was because most of the people that own that car are that type of person. I'd like to think. Not
Yep.
that I have any factual information about that, but because it makes sense in my head.
Right.
I don't see, a Democrat pushing a big block anytime soon. But I mean, I'm sure there are people that do that. I'd also like to think that there are more Republicans with a big block Chevy than a fucking Democrat, based on how they think.
Yeah. I do think after Elon's out of there completely and things have settled down, Trump's out of, I think Dogecoin will make a return. But I also found out during all my research that Elon he's not even involved in it. Like, I thought he was, his thing or something, or helped start it. But that was all just misconception.
You talking about Doge?
Yeah.
What?
He did not start it. He had
Who
nothing
did?
to do with it. A couple other guys.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't
But
know.
he's supported it all this time. I mean, he has some investment in it, but he's called himself, he's referenced himself the Doge father and shit like that it made people believe that he's involved with it. But yeah, if you look it up, he's not. He has nothing to do with how it started, how it's keeping it going, nothing.
Huh.
Crazy, right?
Why does he try to hike up the price like he does?
I don't know.
So that's an interesting
Well,
question, right?
he's also been he's all about the memes, right?
Yeah,
He's
fucking. But
the
that might
meme
be
father, and
that might be a guise just to fucking, what do you call it? Fuck with, manipulate stocks and shit.
yeah.
Because he tweets out random bullshit and it affects the price of God, like fucking everything. Like,
Yep.
like so that's a load of shit.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I think it is.
That's what what you were gonna say?
Yeah, it's either purposeful manipulation or he just trying to be a funny guy,
Yep.
Attaches himself to certain things that he thinks are funny. I mean, Doge was a meme coin, one of the first.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like, well, if it's a meme coin, Like, yeah, I get he likes to joke around and stuff. What does he benefit? I mean, other than monetarily from manipulating the price. Like, I don't think it's a good image. You know? Like,
Well, neither is him smoking a joint on some podcast, but he does it anyway.
that's true. That's true. Not like I like Elon. Like Elon's fucking. He does some weird shit, but at the end of the day, nobody else has a rocket company like he does.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying his best to populate the world with more offspring. You know, putting in his work.
One of his
You know about
sons
that, right?
was trans.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that what you're referring to?
No, he's got like several mothers and
Oh, baby mamas. Yeah.
yeah, several baby mamas that he's paying, and he continues to look for more too, and offer him like a couple $1 million to father his children, and
You know, there's some girl that would do it.
there's lots that are doing it. What do you
Yeah.
mean? No. I mean, even if they didn't get the sign up bonus, they'd probably do it just for the the child support payments.
Yeah. You know, what's funny because I thought for sure that the price of Doge would go up with the whole Trump Elon thing.
Yeah.
But I don't understand how this got the backlash that it did.
Oh, I do.
Okay.
What they've done with Doge in the government, the Doge
Oh.
government agency.
Oh. Man.
Yes. It's bad. He's ripped through so many different parts of the government. He's like, some are considered certain security clearances, and there's backlash. People don't want to give him stuff, and he gets the president to force him to give stuff, and they're cutting things everywhere. They've defunded so many things. They're just pissing off so many people on
Taking off
both
the
sides too.
taking up the bee's nest.
Oh yeah, big time.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
He actually, it was so bad in Tesla dropped so much that, well, that on top of, Trump's doing these crazy tariffs which affect all big businesses that have their companies overseas. Their prices their costs are going up. They're pissed off on both Republican and Democrat side. So they're pissing off so many people all at once, and they're tied together. Elon, whatever Elon does in that freaking Doge thing is affecting how Trump looks, and Trump, whatever he fucking does is affecting, because they're a team. Yeah, and it's just all that backlash.
Hmm.
And he made an announcement and backed away from that Doge government agency.
Really?
Yeah, because the stocks dropped too much. I mean, crazy. Tesla was way down.
Hmm. But that's just the stock, though. You know, it can be beneficial to him.
That's like people's paychecks and life savings and
That's
all
true.
kinds of shit.
but it gives him an opportunity to buy back a lot of his company. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good thing too. Put the money in it now. He buys a bunch, then he makes it skyrocket again.
Exactly. That's that would be a play that I'd be looking at.
Yep.
If he has the liquid for it.
But if he is doing that, and some, or even if his, even if it wasn't him directly, whoever works for him doing the investing in buying his own from his own company could claim insider trading.
Yes. Does that count as insider trading? I don't think it does.
Well, having some kind of insight as to, for example, Nancy Pelosi had gotten, there was some bill going, I forget what it was, but like she bought a couple million or something before it got voted on.
Yeah.
And someone accused her of insider trading. Probably be a hard thing to prove, though.
Would it though?
If there was like, there'd have to be proof, recordings, there'd have to be. It's criminal, so they'd have to.
I mean, I think we can make a pretty clear connection here if you bought the whole bunch of this stock right around when the bill was getting written. That we can make a clear line this up. And then kick it off. Fucking make the field goal.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a reason why this hasn't been done yet.
What?
It's some kind of it's got to be some kind of like group effort to that everybody's in on, that they haven't stopped insider trading.
Yeah. Because for the longest time, as far as I know, nobody's barring senators or Republicans from trading stocks while they're in office.
Yes. Yep. That's really shitty, you know.
It's a huge incentive to be in office, actually.
Yeah.
If you're a business person, the closer you are to bills that are written and shit, the more chance
Money
you
you
have
get.
of knowing where to put your money.
It's like a gentleman's club or like a fucking golf. What are those things called? For golf, it's like a country club.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Who? What's her freaking name? Marjorie Taylor Greene or whatever.
The
blonde chick that's crazy.
Yeah.
She got called out for insider trading.
Really?
Because she invested in something Trump was doing. I think with tariffs or something. And I got her confused. That's who I had read about recently. It wasn't Nancy Pelosi. Not that Nancy Pelosi hasn't done it too. I know I've read about
dude,
her too.
dude, yeah, I've read the person that I've read the most stories on is Nancy Pelosi, but I typically try not to fucking read too much about that. It's just like, well, I got better shit to do. It's not my fucking job.
Yeah, if you, it would be hard though. I mean, what would be the solution? How do you tell people that, own many businesses and are constantly investing money here and there, not to what? You can't do any trading while you're in office? Like,
I mean, that would be a solution.
how could you really say that though? If somebody knows all their stocks are like going down the hole, sorry, too late, you're in office. You'd have to leave office to put your money elsewhere. Like,
I see what you mean. But they should know that going into it.
yep.
Or you just completely reset everybody who's in there right now. Just like say fuck everybody and clear them out. And then, all right, let's you know the rules. Pull up. Anybody who doesn't own stocks, come. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yep.
there's things that we can do.
Only the poor people can
Yeah,
can be in office.
that might actually work.
Yeah, it might.
But you might have a snowball chance of Hello pulling that one off.
I know. It's not land of the free anymore. It's a
Name of the dollar. Which, you would think that they would make the dollar a little bit harder to, like, manufacture. It's a piece of paper, dude. You know what I'm saying?
yep. It's really weird to me that we have nothing to back up our almighty dollar. I don't get
The military backs it up. I think I'm dying here. I'm dying here.
What happened to you learning Lua? Been studying away.
I started reading it, and then I had all this shit going on in real life.
Yeah. Priorities. You know, I think you would learn quicker by doing what I'm doing.
I think the the in a way, yes, it's a form of practical real world learning. The caveat I have to that is you don't really know the why.
You learn the why though. It starts. It's
Yes,
like
but it's like I'd like to have both put together because I could sit there and struggle with it and learn it by hands on, or I could read verbatim what it does and then go figure it out. So it's not like I'm have to follow a trail of breadcrumbs.
yeah, but that I mean, take that logic and apply that to a baby that's learning how to.
But that's a person. Anything with like anything with a person or a life form is going to be completely different than an inanimate object logic.
Well, I mean, think about how babies learn though. It's through trial and error, right? Um, that's basically what you'd be doing to learn the Lua language or any programming language.
Well, I mean,
It's
you can
quite similar.
you can take some of the guesswork out of it by reading about it or watching a tutorial or because let's not be stupid, you know what I'm saying? It's like yeah, I could work a lot harder and learn it by myself, or I can have somebody that already knows what the fuck they're doing explain it to me. And that I think is a bigger time saver. So I'd like to have both. I'd like to the hands-on so I can actually figure it out, and then I'd like to have people that are better than me help me with it. Like Killer, like being in the call with Killer, even though I don't know how much he knows about the language, just by the little bit of what he explained to me about the language is very useful.
Oh yeah. He knows more than he can explain. I know that.
He's not very good at explaining.
No.
That's
And
the
I don't think he wants to either.
that's also a reason to.
Yeah.
But the thing is once I understand something, I'm very good at fucking explaining in that regard.
I know you are that you have a gift with explaining and gauging people's understanding, knowing what words to use. That is a gift. Not everybody can do that. Yeah, Killer's there, Killer knows a lot about coding. He really does. But he also has had a lot of people over the years ask him to do stuff, ask him to make stuff, he's like the guy that doesn't want to be asked to be bothered to do your shit. Like, if it somehow benefits him, he will then engage. You know, these add-ons and shit we're doing kind of benefits him indirectly. As he was kind of explaining certain things, I could tell some of his like, you know, because he does know stuff. He doesn't want people. How do I say it? It has something to do with ego, not like a bad ego, just Like everybody has some form of ego. I know something more than you, so I'm gonna let you know for your benefit. But in some ways, it's hard to
it's like
gauge.
I understand it first, so now I have finder's ego, like or like that type of shit.
It's more subtle than that. It's more like
What would you ask?
well, no, it's not like that. It's like when you correct somebody when you don't need to, kind of thing. Like I don't. It's subconscious at a subconscious level for a lot of people.
Hmm.
I do it. I think everybody does it to some extent. And,
You know what I read the other day, or like I watched a video on. It was like when I ask a question on Reddit or some forum, I'll log into another account and comment something so wrong that somebody corrects me on it and explains to me my question. Because not a lot of people like answering questions, but people love correcting people.
yes, it's exactly the same kind of thing.
Okay.
That's
Now
what
I
I'm
understand.
talking about.
I understand. Now that what I saw on that video was like grade A manipulation.
What video?
That the concept I just said is like I'll ask a question on Reddit. Like let's say you make a Reddit post asking a question.
Oh,
You don't get any tags, right? Then you log into another account, comment something so fucking wrong. Somebody then has to correct that other account, and then it answers the question in the correction.
Right. Yep.
So that is a good manipulation technique if you're not afraid to look like an idiot.
Right.
That's the key. Is like it, I don't think I've ever done it intentionally, but I think I might add it to my tool belt.
Yeah. That's not bad. If you can remember to do that, I think you have the temperament and shit that can do it too. I think
Yeah.
even if somebody knows that at some like we're talking about it at a conscious level, I know this is going on, but would I be able to lower my ego enough to be able to pretend like I'm an idiot
Yes.
just for, you know what I mean?
Yep.
That would have to take mental effort.
You know what I'm saying? Is like, because I've done some, I've typed up some dumb shit in my life. I'm not gonna bullshit you. I think everybody's typed some dumb shit up, and then so yeah, it does make you look like an asshole. But what do I have left to lose? Like, like
Right.
So what coming at it from that mindset is like I have nothing to lose but everything to gain. I don't really have a problem with the whole ego thing.
Right.
Maybe at some points, maybe with other shit that I try to keep in check, but with this kind of shit, no matter how I get the answer, it doesn't really matter to me.
Yeah.
You know?
What is it?
Right. You're not trying to win any awards or gain any social
Right.
status. There's nothing to lose.
Right. Like the thing is like if you're looking at knowledge as a way to gain status, then you're making it harder for people to learn. And the more that you work better as a team knowing than you do as an individual knowing.
Yeah.
Simply because the age-old statement is 4 heads. Well, actually, 2 heads are better than 1.
Yeah.
It's not. I don't. It's pretty simple concept, right? But if you come at something as a team rather than as a unit or as an individual, it's just everything becomes so much easier.
If you can. I can't always.
What work in a team?
Yeah.
Remember,
Hmm.
patience
Because I don't know. That time we were trying to work on that cooldown HUD is a great example. Like
Oh, okay.
I can't. There's certain ways that my brain works that I can't explain to people. I just know that either I need to do things at my own pace, and or do it the way that I think. Because I have this OCD going on in my head that I don't have full control over. I have like some kind of awareness of it, but when it's like really affecting me, it locks me down. It makes me not able to talk. It makes me not be able to function until certain things are done in a certain way.
Hmm.
And um, it's not as obsessive as somebody that has to turn a doorknob 3 times before they open it, kind of thing. But it's similar. Where I feel like I can't get other shit done and be productive in my day until I do these other things first that are completely unrelated. Like, it's crazy.
Hmm.
But
And that's like kind of where we differ. Is like once I decide I want to do something, I have to have a clear goal of what I want to do, and I'll stay on it like a fucking bulldog has his jaw locked.
yeah,
That's the that's where like I need that focus to be able to do anything.
well, I have that too because I mean, I lock in like that when I'm alone and I can focus and do things my way, and I'm obsessive about it. Like I'll maybe not shower or shave until I get this fucking thing done. Like
Hmm.
how I've been working on this add-on shit. Uh, I just keep going and going. I don't even know when I slept or if I've eaten until I'm like starving to death. It's that kind of like tunnel vision that happens to me, and I can get a lot of shit done, learn a lot of stuff my way that way. But if somebody's interrupting that flow, then it then slows my progress. I'm not really learning the way I want to learn or how I think is more efficient. Um,
No,
it
no,
becomes
but
they because there has to be someone that has. It's hard to get two people, especially if they have dominant traits, to work together. There usually has to be the alpha person in these situations where they're saying, okay, well let's do this. So I either have to submit to that or I have to just walk away and then do things on my own because I don't want to be trying to dominate somebody else, tell them what to do.
so like that's that I guess that ego battle then of
I
it,
don't see it as ego in that circumstance. It's more how I'm wired, process how I process information, how I
well, you were saying
see
like there
things as
has to
being.
be like somebody leads and somebody has to follow. Well, the thing with that is it I think that whole idea gets in the way.
Well, okay, in our circumstance, for example, that day that I was kind of fighting with you,
Mhm.
um, there's some of that, but the main motivating factor for saying no, I'm going to do it on my own or my own way, is that I think I will be more efficient at what I'm trying to accomplish.
By yourself.
Yeah, because I have a completely different vision of what the goal is and how to get there,
So
and
the
it's a belief in my own methodology, and it's not. So any course correction from that methodology or ideology or whatever metaphor you want to use for it,
How may I aid you?
is a waste of time. That's how my brain interprets it.
so
It's
you're like
like,
my way or the highway.
well, I'm not trying to compete with you or tell you it has to be my way. It's just,
That's how you work.
yeah, I can't feel. I'm too impatient, and maybe that's part of my ADHD brain or whatever, where I just can't like sit still with certain things. Like it'd be like nails on a chalkboard, just waiting to get to the point where I want to do
what you
what
want
I
to
think
do.
we should do. You know what I mean?
It's
Where I
like
think it's going to be more productive and efficient.
I want to do it my way. So why am I sitting through having to listen to do it your way?
Yeah, something
Yeah,
like that.
I understand that because
But it's
I've
more of
felt
a
like that
need than a
before.
want. It's hard to explain.
I understand. Like you just can't. You are 100% sure that your way is the right way, and that you don't want to sit through anybody else's shit.
Yeah.
My way, the highway. That's that. Yeah. I've felt like that before with some certain things. I think the bigger problem was we had a different vision of the end goal. Because like if our goals don't line up, then we're just gonna be butting heads the whole. Like you had a clear picture of what you wanted, and I my method to get to that goal was completely different than you. I think that's more so why you didn't want to work with me.
Yeah, if you take away all the stuff I just talked about, because that was probably the most driven reason why I acted the way I did. But then there's the other layer underneath of it, which is I've been using this program since I first played WoW, basically. I know it inside and out, how it's supposed to function. I know what I want it to do. I know what I want to do to get it to, and I'm learning how to do these add-ons, um, all new, and it's kind of fun, and it was something that I felt attached to and just wanted to do it my own speed and method. And
You
you're
know, mhm.
pretty uh like gung ho about it, and I was like, well, I don't even need to do this right now. I don't want to spend my time doing this all right now.
Well, my reasoning behind it was like, well, I need to know. Well, I need to know how Lua works for other things that I might want to.
Yeah.
So that was like, okay, now I have a place to be hands on. Um, and the I figured out pretty quick. Well, actually, I won't say that. I'll say that I figured out that Chat GPT is a crock of shit for when it comes to things working. I mean, it might work. It might work sometimes. It might, but on the times that it doesn't work, is it really worth my time? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. It, and to some degree, on a certain level, I agree with you, but mostly don't. When it comes to stuff I just completely have no knowledge of, and I'm fighting with it to try and just make simple, like it all depends on the complexity of the task too. For example, if you give it a file with 2,000 fucking lines of code, it's gonna have a hard time being able to spit back a full
Yes.
replication of that, right?
Yep.
But if you start small with it, like I've been doing, um, like the if it's easy.
So
It's actually I'm learning stuff at the same time as I'm seeing it manipulate the code. And I'm not even really trying to understand Lua, but it's happening naturally just by seeing how it's doing things and operating. A little bit that I've heard from Killer and Absorbed and shit. Um, it all comes into play. Plus the stuff I've already done on servers, like just seeing it do its thing and seeing something actually function and being like, wow, I really didn't think it was gonna pull this off, but it fucking did it and it looks good. Like,
Mm. Well, I think that you kind of uh e- explain why it worked, because you're not giving it fucking 30 million lines of code like I was doing. It's too much for it to handle. But I guess the key is to give it smaller lines of code to help break it down, and then that way it can actually do something with it.
right. And that's been part of the fun I was talking about, learning what its limitations are, because every time it doesn't really accomplish what I want it to, I ask it basically, what is its limitations? Can you actually do this? And it, in a lot of ways, it starts to learn some of my habits of communication and knows that I don't want bullshit. It actually swears back at me now, which is kind of
Really?
funny. Yeah. And it's told me things that, you know, a developer wouldn't be blunt and outright say about how it knows that it's not working how it should, that the developers have coded it this way, and no matter how much it tries to, you know, pull the correct time for a timestamp, for example, it just can't do it because its internal function
Hello.
is overriding what it's trying to accomplish for
Hmm.
me. Like it wants to, it just can't. So that's, to me, that's kind of fun, trying to overcome that obstacle, figure out what, because everything about this is like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube puzzle or something. It's just figuring out what all the limitations are, um, and if I like, if it's over, like there was this one thing I was trying to give it. See, a lot of times it'll spit back like pages and pages of fucking information, and I'm like, okay, let's slow down here. I'm not gonna fucking read all your shit. Just give me one page at a time, and give me one direction at a time, because I can't process information like that. I don't want to read a book and 20 minutes later I finally translate it and understand it. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And that helps me. And when it does what I tell it to do like that, I absorb things, and we get more shit done more quickly. If it's over 600 lines of code and I'm trying to get it, because one of the things is it wants me to just change a section of the code. If it's something really small, yeah, sure, I'll just change one line. But if it's a small, like, Lua file or whatever, I just say, well, just rewrite the whole fucking thing for me, because it can do it in less than 10 seconds or 20 seconds or something. Just rewrite the whole fucking thing for me so I can just, you know, copy and paste, not
Hmm.
think about what line it's at, or if I, you know, if I had an accidental space somewhere or some bullshit like that. And if it's small enough, like these smaller add-ons I've been messing with, 200, 300 lines, it's fine. But if it's like 600 lines or so, it doesn't like give me the whole spit out. Sometimes it gets stuck halfway through and doesn't. It thinks it finished when it didn't. Yeah. Anyway.
You
It's almost
know,
like a.
I one thing that I would want to do with it is try to get the start of a function. Like, understand, like, how do I word this? Um,
In
um,
Lua, are you talking about Lua specifically?
yeah. So, like, you know how events have to happen for it to trigger XYZ thing?
Yeah.
Um, so if I can just give it one function at a time, and the function, let's say, for example, we have the motherfucker command, right?
Yeah.
The motherfucker command, you type it in, it's gonna send off it's gonna send off or basically kind of the add-on's looking for the motherfucker command. So then when the motherfucker command is procced, then it's gonna look for the keywords, and those are the events. So when the events are procced, that motherfucker goes into the function.
Yep.
Then from the function, it's pulling things from the variables that we have defined. So let's say if I want to start somewhere, I'm going to make the event or the variables first in the code. That way, let's take it back. Like, I'll just let it make the variables. Then I'll have it do the function, or then I'll have it do the events. That way, it's just taking it one step at a time, and through that, I can have it call the APIs.
See, all the stuff that you want to do in the order in which you want to learn it in,
Mm-hmm.
I'm already starting to learn that, and I wasn't even trying to learn it. I was just trying to get it to do what the fuck I wanted it to do to give me the final product of what I want to use.
You're gonna make me use chat GP
So, no, I'm not. I have.
Well, that's what I'm doing now.
I
Chat GPT's in my search bar.
Well, I have an idea. I mean, you can do that too. If that's
I'm looking at it.
We learn things a different way, but what I can do because you learn a certain way, and that's totally respectable, and I learn things a different way. When I learn things on my own, I can then just share them with you for.
And that's what I mean about teamwork makes the dream work. That's what I was trying to say before. 2 heads are better than one.
Agreed, but I don't think at the same time all together is always the best. Coming together after, for us, might be better, unless we're working on something that we're.
I don't know. When it works, it works. When it doesn't, it doesn't.
Right.
That's yeah.
So cutting out all the bullshit. Do you want to learn what I've learned? Because I can teach some things.
Okay. Yes, but I need food.
Okay.
Yes.
Get some food.
Okay. I will be back.
All right.
There's a baby shrimp too. Yes. Give me a second.
All right.
Alright, I got my headphones on now. I found a bag of the baby shrimp and I'm gonna put them in the air fryer.
baby shrimp? Are they frozen?
Yeah.
I like those shrimp.
Yeah. 70 calories, 15 grams of protein per serving.
How many in a serving?
3 ounces. Yeah. I'm
I
gonna
don't know
need
how
to.
many of those that translates into, but
Dude, these are like they're like the size, the tip of your thumb.
oh yeah, I know they're called like native shrimp or something
Jumbo
like that.
mini shrimp.
Mini shrimp.
Jumbo mini shrimp.
I used to be a waiter at a seafood restaurant, and this fried those fuckers fried were
Delicious. They're popcorn shrimp, what they're called.
hmm
Cooked salad shrimp. That's what they're called on this bag.
They have like a million different names.
Yeah, whatever. Same shit, different day.
Yeah, I could eat those in like the mini scallops, and those shrimp plus a pile of ketchup was my meal.
I like cocktail sauce. Cocktail sauce is the shit.
Yeah, as time went on, I started to like cocktail sauce a little bit. I'm not a fan of
like
horseradish.
I like horseradish, but not with shrimp. Well, I mean, I could eat it with shrimp, but I'm
That's
more
what
so don't like
cocktail
horseradish.
sauce is made out of.
I don't like. Oh, really? Yeah, it's delicious. I was just gonna say, like, I don't like horseradish by itself. Like, it needs to be in a sauce, or it needs to be like in a mustard, and then I love it. It's like it's almost wasabi.
Yeah.
I need to get a hammer to unthaw these shrimp. I'll be back.
Serious?
I'm dead ass. What the fuck?
You can't
It's
just.
a fucking brick of shrimp.
You're gonna like break off some of the freaking. Just put it in the microwave.
But they're so small, like whatever, like you know what I mean? Like just bam, and then it just put a brick in the fucking pan.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I got a big ass mallet. Hold on, I'll be back.
Right.
I broke the bag.
Did you?
It broke it. Oh, I gotta open this bit. It seems to have worked. That reminds me of that Family Guy episode where it's like Peter just made his fucking dick bigger by attaching a rope and hooking it up to a car. And then Brian says at the end of it, it's like, you know, that'll never work in a million years. And then Peter's like, don't need it to, Brian. Like, now I'm gonna put this in for 15 minutes.
Good luck.
I'll be back.
Okay.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
The shrimp's in the air fryer.
Nice, nice, nice.
Yep.
How long is it gonna take?
15 minutes.
See, what I like about the oven is it says, you know, you're supposed to preheat the oven. I never preheat the oven. I just add an extra, depending on how long it is that it's supposed to be in there, I add like an extra 2 to 5 minutes. That's all I do. I never flip anything. I just go back and wow, it's done. And then, you know, the most you got to do is just throw out a piece of tinfoil. You don't even have to wash a pan.
That's why I like the air fryer.
Do you do it on tinfoil, or do you do it in those little air trays?
Air trays.
That have to be washed. Yeah, it'll get nasty eventually, but you can put those through the dishwasher. But there'll be a lot of shit inside the air fryer you'll need to clean out. Did you set a timer?
For what?
Your food.
No, it's built in.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
You wanna start the learning lesson when it gets done, or start now?
I just hopped on my warrior.
Oh, okay.
We could do it.
I don't think it'll take very long to just tell you a few things that I've learned. I mean, it's not much. It's not like killer's knowledge, but it might be helpful from the things that you were saying.
Are you streaming?
No, not yet. I will.
What do you need? For the Horde.
This can go away.
What can I help you with?
Arsenal. Portal box. Target add-on. Close add-on on War Main. Let's see. Okay, alright, so open up.
Strength and honor. Gold with honor.
Overpath.
Blood
We'll just start with this. So this file right here, and if you already know this, let me know.
Are you streaming?
I thought I was. You can't see.
Okay.
Screen 1. Can you see it?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. So I'm just opening up the TOC file. If you didn't know, TOC, from what I picked up on somewhere, I thought I heard it or said it, read it. It stands for table of context.
Really?
Yep. So, but there's more in here than just a little README, believe it or not. When the game starts and add-ons load, It doesn't load unless it reads this first. It always reads that you have to have a TOC file for an add-on to work. And it reads in there this.
Okay.
And that is what loads the Lua
Lua.
in order for it to
So
work.
all the things with the number pad in front of it are ignored.
Yes.
Hmm.
Yes, correct. Well, that I'm not 100% sure of, because let me give you another example. This other one that I'm working on called Portal Box. Here's the TOC. I recently just started editing it based on what I'm changing it to.
Okay.
In this title right here, it had a color code and a version number after it. So with this color code, and then it had a 1v1. So in the game, let's see if it's actually in there now.
Hmm.
Add-ons. No. Yeah, see? It's right here. It shows that color code.
And that was in the TOC file.
That's in the TOC file and after double hashtag, which I thought was, it ignores that, but apparently not.
Is there anywhere else where that's referenced?
That's a good question. Let's check, because it might be. I never verified that. 1v
There it is.
1.1. But there's no V and there's no color code. And why would there be a color code in a TOC file if it can't?
And you looked up this color code.
I believe I did.
Okay.
I've asked to look a couple color codes up, but so I'm not 100% sure it's this one, but I think so because I liked the color. Just gotta go to the right folder. Color preview. I think it's this one.
Yeah, that looks identical.
0 FF0. Oops.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. So, and as far as I know, this color code isn't in the Lua file. It could be in the here. I haven't checked in here either. But I think I know what. Oh, Control F and .1. Yeah, it's not in the XML.
Okay. But it is in here.
Well, only 1.1 is, not the color code.
So
Somehow I lost the.
what if? All right. Let's grab another color code and put it in that motherfucker. Well, can you
right.
Google that and see what kind of color code there is? Because there's multiple different kinds. There's like hex and some other one.
Right. Yeah. Well, I can open up ChatGPT for that answer because I already asked that. If I didn't delete it. I can just start a new one because I might have deleted it. I didn't think it was relevant enough. I think it's RGB.
All right, then let's. If it's RGB, after it verifies that information, then let's go grab a fucking. There we go. What is it? Warcraft text colors C codes, hex string. An 8-digit hex string follows the C and encodes alpha, red, green, and blue channels in that order. Okay. RGB equivalent. So it's neither RGB or hex. Ah. It's its own.
The 8-digit.
Type in. What, can you give me the color red in that same format? Right, there you go. Right. Was there a space there?
No. Well, actually, I don't remember. I could look up the
Just Control Z
original.
2 times. Or yeah, just Control Z it again
Why?
to see if the original.
Well,
Because
I had already taken the version number out, and I don't remember. I don't think it did. I put it back in there for your sake, and I've edited this so much I can't just Control Z it back to its
But-
original. If you want, I can just find the original.
So, but
Or we
whatever
can just restart
is
the game.
in your game, how did that get blue then? If this isn't right.
Well, I don't think the space matters that much. But what do you? Let's just, because it'll be quick to just reload the game and find out.
Does it? Some add-ons don't reload or don't restart unless it's
Right, which is another thing I wanted to tell you. So when it comes to just editing the Lua file, you don't have to restart. You don't have to restart the game in 99% of the cases. But because the TOC is what allows the Lua to start, we do have to restart the whole entire game.
okay.
Make sense?
Yeah.
All right.
There it is.
Voila.
Okay.
So just for a little extra verification, even though we already know it, I'm curious.
So the double hashtag doesn't mean ignore.
Meta directives. They're parsed by the game. Only single are treated as plain comments and ignored. Interesting. That's good to know. I wonder how I did this one. Interesting.
Oh, food's done.
Okay. Yep.
don't think these came out right.
No. Are they not cooked all the way through?
No, it's not that. They just like they shrunk.
Mm. Well, by how much? Did you overcook them?
I think so.
Oh.
They're little fucking crispies.
Uh,
Kind of like the big ass shrimp better.
do you?
Yeah.
You can get more meat out of them.
Yeah.
Those aren't bad if there's enough meat. Like if they're cooked right and not dried to shit, just
Yeah.
a ball of batter.
We got a
pretty
big
good.
ass fucking glob of ketchup on these bastards. I understand why they're salad shrimp now. You're right. I have to fucking clean this thing. This thing's gonna be nasty if I don't clean it. More ketchup. More baby mamas.
All right. So, I don't know if you're watching, but I was just confirming the TOC file. All it needs is the double hashtag interface number, which is the version of WoW in the long form with no like periods. And the whatever my add-on name is .lua, and that name has to be the exact same name as the TOC file.
Okay.
Except for the extension. In order
Okay.
for, otherwise the game system will ignore it. Let's see. Let's go back.
So the TOC file and the Lua file have to be named the same thing. There has to be a fucking Lua bullshit inside the TOC bullshit. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, I need to go wash my hands. The shrimp's gone. I will say that's some of the fucking nastiest popcorn shrimp I've ever had in my life. I will never air fry some fucking shrimp again. That was awful.
It's funny.
That was like, I think that's some of the worst shrimp I've ever had.
Really?
Yeah, let me. I don't have my headphones on.
Okay.
Let me tell you something. That fucking can, that tall boy in the fridge is looking mighty good right about now.
Now we're talking. Okay, so this is good to know. I don't know what this. Are you at the computer?
Give me just a second.
Okay.
All right. Back.
All right. So in order for the color code to work, it has to be prefixed with this line. I don't know what this line is called, but the line plus the C.
Right.
Otherwise, if it didn't have those two things, it wouldn't recognize. It would just be text to it, basically. So the only absolute thing it needs in order for an add-on to load is interface
Okay.
with the number and then the Lua. Of course, if you need the XML, you would have to have that too, or any other imagery or whatever that would have to also be in here. For example, is Portal Box one of them? Let me check.
But you would want the other shit for like a title and notes. You in the version you would want all that other shit.
Yes, but it doesn't like
Need to be
unless
there.
yeah, it doesn't need to be there, right? And it won't show up anywhere with the double hashtag unless you've like programmed it to show up somewhere in like a graphical UI or whatever.
Well, if you hover over the add-on list, I think that's where it shows up.
Yes. Okay, let's go there.
Because yeah, like you hover over one of them, and then that's where it shows up.
Because all the mini version of people have made for out there were buggy, missing. Oh, there we go. I didn't even know that went in there. That's beautiful. Good to know. So, notes. Interesting. That's cool. What about the version number?
It doesn't look like that's. Maybe it's somewhere else.
Yeah, it could be somewhere else. Yeah. Because this is the old dude's number. I put the version number here. Dependencies, save variables. I don't know where that shows up. Maybe the save variables has something to do with the XML. I'm not sure.
Maybe it. Well, if you read it, what portal box is for the mini map, like the little fucking the mail icon. That's what goes, but then it also does something else. Like that's where the little icon saves in the mini map.
I see. So this is a, what do you call it? A function? Something that we can look up?
It's a saved variable.
Oh, variable. It's a var or vars.
Yes.
Okay.
And that must be stored somewhere in the other file.
Yes, the details to that, I believe, they're at least in the Lua file, I'm pretty sure. I don't know why I keep getting disconnected. Oh, it doesn't last as long just on the character screen before it kicks you out. But there's something else I can show you too. Alright, so on here, maybe this is a bad example. Let me log in the other. Oh, this was the same one. I just need to change realms. Go on this mage. So I'll tell you what I've been able to edit with this portal box. So this little add-on here grabs all the mini-map buttons. So this is the button that we were just talking about that would normally be on the mini-map.
I see.
And this is what this looks like. Interesting, I didn't even know there was a toggle window size. That's cool. So all this texture right here for these buttons,
yep,
that gives the names of these things are in the XML file. Is that what it's called? I get XML confused with HTML. I don't really know what the difference is, but so I've edited these, okay?
yep. Because they were Spanish or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, there was a mixture of French and Spanish, and long as I change or alter the XML file, these in the bottom right get changed to the correct name. In this version, because there's several versions of this portal box out there, it was the other version that I had to edit the names. This version, I had to do something else. There was actually another portal here. It was made for Kata. And I chose this one because it was more updated, fine-tuned. It already had all the names for both Horde and Alliance changed. But there was one extra button here I had to get rid of. Now the actual button spell part of it was in, go to it. It was in the Lua. But you can do 7. I could be bullshitting actually. Is it really? I lied. It's actually in here. Telly 7. Huh. So in the XML file, it's creating the button.
Yep.
The size of the button. Different layers. Here we go. This is what I was looking for.
Can you scroll up? from the where you first started? Because this is part of something else.
Yes.
What's
You
it a
want to
part
see
of?
what it's part of?
Yeah.
Because these are all the buttons on this line right here.
Yep.
Backdrop frame.
Part of frame.
Portal box frame.
Okay.
Now in here
That's an
somewhere,
API.
that's an API call.
I think so.
Or
I think so. Do we have that
frame
fucking
that we were-
master list? You remember that fucking frame that the spider web?
Let me see if I pinned it in our messages.
The bullshit?
Chronicles how to make a click macro.
Safe
No, I
travel.
didn't. Let's see. I'll find it.
How are you? Good day to you.
APIs. Is this it?
Yeah. And then it was Control
Frame.
F for frame. Sorry.
40.
What was it? I think it's like create frame.
Yeah, what is at the top of that? Because that's not the final line, is it? Oh, it shows up here at the top.
But yeah.
Frame name, frames.
Portal box op. No, that's man-made. The portal box op. That's called.
Yeah.
I don't know. But you remember that fucking frame thing, right?
I do. I thought I saved a link to that. Let's see. Wow, coding. No. Shit.
Maybe it's I think it's create frame.
Didn't you give me a list of... Okay, so these are these API calls or these vars?
Everything on this thing is an API call. A var is something you would make yourself.
Need something?
Okay. Could a frame be something you can create yourself?
That has to do with the API.
Let's go backwards.
I think you can make the frame look different, but in terms of creating your own frame, that's a different thing.
Ask. You can ask ChatGPT this.
for the Alliance.
Yeah, I need to go open a window.
Back. I think I actually know the answer to this as I'm actually typing it.
Mhm.
So in HTML, that I know hardly nothing. Okay. I know that you can do this. I could get it wrong, so just bear with me, but it'll be something like this. Portal box, and then you close it with a like that. If you do that, that'll make portal box bold. So this script, it starts with a frame name, right? And it gives all this extra shit, and then it closes all the way down at the bottom with, you know, the slash in between the greater than and less than sign. I think that is basically HTML, and it actually creates the visual frame. I don't think it's calling anything. I actually think through these codes. So what we would need, if I'm right, we would need list of XML code references or some bullshit like that.
I don't
You think
know.
I'm wrong?
I do, but I want to see where this goes.
Actually, let me. Oops.
How are ya? Off with you. See you soon.
Are you with me?
I am now.
Do you want to read it, or you want me to read it?
Where do you want me to start?
Right there.
In XML, including WoW's UI, XML, HTML, every element is delineated by opening tag and closing tag. New snippet, frame, okay. Child elements, frame defines a container region, a frame in the UI hierarchy. Okay. Let's that first thing I want to see more of, but I'm gonna read more. Attributes you commonly see on it include name, a global identifier you can reference in Lua. Okay. Inherits to pull in Blizzard provided templates. Layout flags like hidden equals true, movable equals true, enable mouse equals true. Sizing width,
Hold on,
height.
just for efficiency's sake, whatever word you want it, you don't have to read the whole thing out loud, unless you want to.
Yeah.
I will be able to follow if you just mention a couple words here and there, so I'll know where you're at, and then just tell me to scroll.
Oh, I just wanted to do it because I wanted to. It helped me understand by saying it out loud.
Okay, that's fine then. I just didn't want you to feel like you had to read it all out loud
no.
Okay.
The thing is I think I see some of these on bullet point. Well, the one that says layout flags like hidden equals true. I remember those as childs of frame in the API. At least I want to think I'm right, but that master key API, I just want to like see if this XML file pulls from the other thing, from the API list.
Okay, I think it doesn't. I think the API calls are only in the Lua, and that XML, like HTML, all the visuals you see are not pulled from anywhere. Well, maybe that's wrong. Maybe it's pulling from their own thing. But I think because you can create websites and shit just from magical coding of a HTML file, right?
So say that again.
Like everything you see on a website basically can be created just from an HTML file. And I think it's identical to what XML is.
All right.
So if visuals can be created through, just the opening, closing of a frame, and tell where shit to be, what lines to do, and that's the thing I don't understand. How does it know where's the computer that's saying if you put these words in the right order, it creates something? I think that's separate from the API calls that are doing the other shit.
Where are you? There you are. So wait, go back up. All right. So can we open the code like where we pulled frame from?
Yeah.
All right. Do you remember how this was how it made the button?
Yes.
All right. Can we find button?
Sure. Let's do. So there's two places that Telly 7 are created, and I think there's Telly in the game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there was an 8. There were two 8s that I deleted, and I think that one was Telly 8 for Horde, and the other one was Telly 8 for Alliance. And then I deleted two port 8s, which Horde and Alliance. So 7. This is all about button number 7 right here. Telly 7. Dalaran. That whole section.
Is there anything called check button?
Check?
Check button.
Do you want me to control F it?
Yeah. Yep.
Check.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So click the link I just sent you. All right, so
Hey, you found it.
so there's frame, and then you have button on as a child of frame, and then you have check button as a child of button, and you kind of see that structure in the code there.
So check button somewhere here.
It's a child of button.
It's a child of. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. And this is widgets hierarchy. Widgets.
And this is a part of the API.
This is part of the API. What did we click on to pop this up? Do you remember?
Yeah. So it's hold on. It's
I could go back one line, right? In theory.
So I'll send you the link of where I pulled this from. I pulled it from Create Frame. So you see the first argument that says frame type of frame to create. See the widget documentation for details. So yeah, this is creating a frame.
Right, but is it creating it in XML
Or the Lua?
Right.
So can we control F the XML for create frame?
Sure.
No. So the function is in the Lua.
Can you explain what you mean by that?
Yeah.
The function.
So, all right. Can we go into the Lua?
Yep.
So if you control F this for create frame. Really? What? Interesting. Can you just do F or for frame or just frame?
Portal box main frame.
No, that's a variable. Portal box, no, that's another variable, but that could mean something. No. Keep going. Keep going. Local frame.
Function portal box toggle collapse state.
That's definitely a custom function.
That must be the open and close function. Toggle collapse state. So in game, would that be its collapse state?
And also, if you go back there, if you hover over the X button,
The X button.
Open it up. Yeah, hover over the X button. You see that there's a different texture on the X button,
Yep.
and then you switch back. It could also be for the portals. Hover over a portal.
Yep. Yeah, there's a different highlighting for that, and if you don't know the button, it'll have a different text and it'll be grayed out.
Right.
And I remember reading in the changes that the developer made for this one, I think that they added that grayed out state.
If you click one of the buttons, does it have a different texture? Yeah.
The clicking creates a different texture. Is that what you're saying?
Yep, right there.
Okay. Oh, yeah, another highlight. A different highlight. Button going up makes it happen, not push down.
Let me look at that part of code right there in the Lua. Kind of see the texture, or copy paste that texture URL. No, it's not referencing a URL. It's referencing a file. Interface buttons UI plus button up. Yeah, that's the up down of those buttons. No, normal texture, push texture.
Box toggle. Horde frame.
Okay. So they have two different strings of code, one for Alliance, one for Horde.
So this is giving function to the visual. All this shit, right?
Function to the
Is that
visual.
accurate? Because otherwise, all the XML stuff is just the visual that you see over there. It's not actually gonna do anything.
I think that the API is what is that's what has the information from the C plus code. Then with a combination of the TOC file, the XML file, and a Lua file, that's what produces the picture.
No, the TOC file, its only purpose is to load all the shit.
Exactly.
So if you have
it all works together.
In your TOC file, you have to have, if you want the XML to work, you have to put it there. And if you have another visual, I thought it was in this one. I think it's in an older version of the other one. It's a TGA file. It's another visual. Actually, you know what it's in? Hold on. This is just gonna, let's see, multi-follow. This is another add-on. That's another add-on. This is Portal Box. Ah, here we go. Yeah, in which, Lua, TOC, XML. Do I have a TGA reader? You need a special program to show. I do.
What
Is
can I
this
do
GIMP?
for you?
Program is this?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, GIMP. Okay. So here we go. I thought the TGA needed to be referenced in the TOC, so apparently not. The
XML
can reference the. Okay.
We could, these questions that we could just ask ChatGPT, like, what is the point of the XML file? What can what kind of stuff can I put in the XML file?
All right.
See you soon. Watch your back.
Did you want to finish reading what it already printed out first?
Yeah.
Actually, let me just read this part. Okay, frame, yep, layers, textures, scripts, subframes that live inside the container.
Do you see that fucking closes the frame element and tells the phrase "no more children belong to this frame"?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's how it's referenced in the API.
The API. I still don't have a full understanding or grasp of what API actually is.
So an API is something like DirectX 9. So you have the program which is written in C# or C++. I forgot which one it is. But that's where the fucking meat of the application happens and there's no image coming off of anything of C++. Okay. Then the API, like DirectX 9, is going to grab information from C++ to present a visual on the screen. From the API, the Lua, the XML is going to...
Hold on. You lost me already because you still haven't to me define the API. Is DirectX the API?
Yes. In this instance, DirectX 9 is the API.
Okay, all right.
So we have C plus that's running. Then the API, which is DirectX 9, is grabbing information from C plus, and then Lua and the XML and the TOC files in combination are working together to make interface shit.
You know what would be helpful?
What?
Because I'm more of a visual than an auditory. You know how you do your little
Stick figures?
paint diagrams?
Okay.
That'd be useful, as well as me just asking ChatGPT to explain what API is. Forget to stream. Okay. We have a actual name for what API represents. Application Programming Interface. In the context of World of Warcraft add-on and macro coding, it's simply the set of functions, events, objects, and constants that Blizzard exposes to your Lua script and XML definitions. So that you can interact with the running game client.
You know, I think they left information out. Because, like, if you Google what is,
Well, there's like 2-3 pages of information. I don't think it was done with just that. Go ahead though. What were you
like,
gonna say?
I think it leaves out, what is the API of 3.3.5. Like, what API is, well, 3.3.5 running?
Okay, let me ask it that. Something else I wanted to ask it too. Oh, that's why. As your toolbox. Everything Blizzard provides for Lua, XML, and XML to read the game state, hook into events, and build custom UI. Interface, API version. Application Programming Interface.
Yeah, it says it uses a Direct 3D 9 API. The rendering API can be modified using tools like Reshade and post-processing shader engine.
Use stream.
I'm streaming on YouTube,
Oh, alright.
but I'll just send you the link to that.
I can. Okay.
What? That you have a different thing. Your fucking search is different than mine.
Oh, the AI overview?
No, yeah, your AI overview is different than mine.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
So Lua is considered an API? So there's two APIs.
Main forum. See how this person answered.
Yeah, that's where I pulled the information for that mega list of all APIs. It should be either the top or the bottom one. One's a PDF file, the other one's the link.
Is this
That's-
the Wayback Machine that you had? Oh,
Oh,
this says Wayback Machine.
yeah.
Interesting. Achievement functions,
But
action functions,
I
action
w-
bar functions.
I wonder if this is Lua APIs or is this DirectX 9? What I want to know what API does the fucking Lua call? It would make sense that it calls Lua if a Lua is considered an API.
Oh, let me ask on that. Forget. If I saved.
So I guess I learned that there's two fucking APIs.
Yeah, I think API can be many different things depending on
What it
the
is.
circumstances.
Okay. More you
So
know.
many of these. Wow, API. Oh yeah, I think this is it. There's a scripting language that WoW add-ons are written in where as API application performance what your Lua code calls into. So itself. WoW API. The WoW API is a library of functions, events, and UI objects that Blizzard. So that's how I was originally when it gave its first definition. It's like a tunnel into what WoW allows us to manipulate.
Right. But what is the WoW API? Like, hey, can you
I
ask
don't think
it
they're.
if the WoW API is DirectX 9, just so I can see if it's DirectX 9 or is it like its own separate entity?
It's completely separate layer. Rendering backend on Windows, the WoW client uses Direct 9 for all 3D and UI rendering. You can force open GL instead
You don't want to do
via
that.
WoW API, Lua UI. This is a C++ Lua bridge Blizzard exposes for add-ons, macros, functions.
Now, okay, so there is two. It does not give you raw DirectX code.
So it's putting a layer between,
Yeah.
which makes sense. I mean, it wouldn't want you to fucking directly manipulate the game.
Yeah.
It puts a layer in between so it can say, okay, well, this is what we've allowed it access to. Now let's put a filter in between that and determine if these are
Okay.
acceptable.
So the entire purpose of this WoW API is just to create a bridge for add-ons. There's no other reason why it's there.
That is my understanding. Yep.
Can we ask that exact question?
Sure.
Is the WoW API only purpose to serve as a bridge to add-ons? Or excuse me, is the WoW API? Change the fourth word to API.
The WoW. Oh yeah, that's what I meant.
What this thing? Scripting interface that underlies all in-game UI, including Blizzard's default UI. But, okay, against the same API your add-ons. You run Wildcaster calling the same API function. Even the login screen in Battle.net Glue, also known as the WoW Glue API, are scripted in Glue.xml on top of the interface. But the WoW API does not expose low-level graphics calls, DirectX, or engine internal. It is distinct from the Battle.net web API. But it's not just add-ons, it's the whole user interface that uses the WoW API.
Including Blizzard's
Yes.
shit.
Blizzard's bullshit.
Gotcha.
So, and there's multiple APIs. It looks like there's 4. So, based on what we asked it,
So what are the 4 then?
it would be the WoW Glue API, the DirectX 9, WoW Glue API,
Glue
API, which is WoW and Glue are one word.
It's WoW and what?
WoW Glue.
Glue, like
GLUE.
papers again. Okay, all right.
And then that's one word with WoW.
That's one word with
One
WoW.
word. Yep.
WoW Glue. Okay.
WoW Glue. Then the other one is the WoW API.
WoW API.
The other one's DirectX 9.
X9.
And then there's the it's the web one. It's up a little bit. A Battle.net web API. It's it's right. What is the WoW API is not. It's the second bullet. It's down at the bottom. I said the top, but I didn't read it yet. Second, yeah. Battle.net web API.
The external RESTful service for auctions, character profiles. What's a character profile? Oh, at the beginning where you're creating a character?
It's on.
Well, this says what it is not.
But yeah, there's like four total that I meant, like that this whole application is using that I know of.
Application programming interface. Application programming interface.
Here there. Off with you. Watch your back. Be good.
Here we go. All right. Are you playing or
No,
you
no,
ready for more information?
I've been reading along with you here.
Oh, you have. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So, I see it. It's like it's not polling them, but it's like it's somehow it's like telling it what to make.
Right. And down here, WoW's client frame XML loader converts it into the appropriate WoW API.
So there's something I still don't understand with this. Is because if you scroll up a little bit, it says
XML, Lua, and script. XML script.
it says tags you can embed snippets that call API functions at load or on event.
Where is that? I remember
It's
reading that.
script blocks.
Tags. You can embed snippets that call API functions. Player enter combat. Oh. Script unload. On event. I don't know what my handler is, but
What is set script?
register event set script. To
Yeah, it's
me,
name of the script?
Self. I think on event, my handler is what the whole frickin' thing is. It wants you to do. Set script to me is, I don't know for sure, but to me it's just saying set the script to do on event my handler.
We need to ask.
All right.
Because I don't know. From what I'm understanding about self, it's just targeting whatever object we're creating. Can you do like self set scripts so there's like more context?
Yeah.
Uh,
You got my attention. Watch your back.
displaying content on web browser. Tags predefined meaning. P for paragraph. A for hyperlink. IMG for image. XML, extendable markup language designed for describing and transporting arbitrary data. You define your own tags. Customer, price, coordinates. Parsers are strict. Documents must be well formed and optionally valid against. HTML is a fixed vocabulary. XML completely open to create your own custom vocabulary. So WoW has created its own custom vocabulary in what I assume is the frame XML. And we use its vocabulary
Great to meet you.
to do our shit.
Off with you.
Is that accurate?
Safe travels.
I don't know. I really don't, because
Okay.
what's confusing to me is like that fucking chart. Is the XML making the calls? Which from my understanding, I thought it was the API that made the calls, or has the things that other shit call. It's just I'm kind of like at my limit with mental bullshit at the moment.
Okay. Do you want my interpretation?
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's yet to be proven. Let's throw that out there. But this will help me say it out loud. So I think the HTML, like, that's why I wanted to reference it with that, because they're so similar in how they're. So HTML already has a dictionary vocabulary of what all their fucking shit means and represents, like the open and close, greater and less than signs.
Yeah. I'm reading. I kind of read through what your screen says as you were saying it.
Okay.
Mhm.
I didn't even get to the number 3 yet, but
Oh.
you understand now?
So yeah, there's a clear
Can you explain
difference. Okay, so the HTML, its things are set in stone. But the XML, it's like the user can make up shit.
Their own vocabulary,
Yes.
which WoW did. Is that accurate?
Yes. Yeah. Now I understand what you're asking me. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So we use its fucking vocabulary of frame. Well, we use its vocabulary in an XML file to send to its frame XML loader that then calls all the functions to the API. WoW's API.
Ooh.
To tell it what to do, create, and
No.
I think the frame XML creates it.
Can we just start from scratch and make our own add-on?
Oh shit. uh, that's a big commitment. I don't know
Not
where
really.
that's gonna go.
No.
Well, you have a vision of that. I have, like,
And here's my reasoning.
my left testicle saying I shouldn't be sitting for too much longer.
All right. What? Yeah. So imagine this, right?
Yeah.
We get a square picture. Any square picture. That's going to be our icon.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna make a button. That picture's going in that button.
Okay. Can you do it on your end?
What?
And I watch? So when you're saying we, I'm thinking you're gonna
Okay,
make
okay,
me do
okay.
it.
Well, okay. This just is my idea, all right? So just
All right.
whatever happens with this idea, whether it gets scrapped or I'm too lazy to do it, or if it actually gets done. All right, so we're gonna make a button. This button's gonna
Alright.
have a square picture in it,
Okay. I'm picturing
and
it.
what this button's gonna do, it's going to perform mount. You're gonna click it, and it's gonna mount.
Okay.
But the catch is that this button has to be in the middle of the screen.
Okay. Got it.
Yep. That's
Now, this is so simple that you can line for line tell Chat GPT to do this. Exactly what you want.
Exactly. That's my whole point with this. I want something so fucking simple. I can trace how it fucking executes all this shit. And then,
Perfect.
yes, that do you see my point here?
I do. And I can't wait to see you put it in, do it.
Well, you gave me an excellent idea of what if we just put this into Chat GPT. Make
Yes, sir.
a
Hold on, I'll be right back.
complete
I'm back. I had to talk to my son. Use the bathroom.
Okay.
I got my Red Bull. I'm ready to go.
Mm.
Ow! I think it's time for pain medicine. Man, I thought I was getting better. I had several days where I was doing better. Anyway, have you done anything?
Yep.
All right, let me get back to the PC. Are you streaming it?
Oh, it's on my YouTube.
All right, back to the YouTube. It'll be a little delayed, but is there a way for me to see how many viewers you have? I'm sure you
Yeah.
can, right?
Yeah, everybody can.
I don't know where that number would be. I don't see it anywhere on my screen.
Give me just a second. You have the chat open?
Yes.
That might be why.
All right. Now I just see a list of freaking YouTube channels that I don't want to see. But here, let me enlarge it. I don't see it anywhere.
Yeah, it's right under my character. Like, you see where VBIOS is? It's scroll down and it says one watching now.
Well, if you look at my screen, oh, there it is. Okay.
Yep.
I did not expect it to be there. All right. Carry on.
Yep. Add-on list. It's called simple mount.
Can we do some kind of test that shows how many seconds go by of a delay? So
All right, as soon as you said that, I was loading into the game.
I was actually looking for more. Let me push a button on a time clock test.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm not ready.
Well, if that's the case, I have a mount button in the exact middle of my screen.
Ah! Look at that! Holy shit, you did it that fast?
Well, Chat GPT did it that fast. I didn't do it that fast. I that's what, when we were having that conversation where I was saying, yeah, it just doesn't work, and then you said something to me that was like, oh, that's how you do it, which was like, yeah, if I give it simple things, it does it really well. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, well, let me give it a simple thing just to see how it codes it and how basic the code is.
Yeah.
That way I can trace it back and understand what these functions do.
Pretty cool, man. You made your own fucking add-on. Look at that.
Yeah, right there.
There it is.
There it is. But I haven't
Hey.
tested it yet.
Oh, you haven't? All right.
No,
Well,
that's I was
dismount.
waiting. Oh no. Well, okay, I'll dismount. But
Yeah.
I want to make sure I have the right spell. I have a great white Kodo and a white Kodo. It's gonna cast the lesser tier
It is. How do you know?
because that's the one I'm programmed to do.
All right. Hold on. When you do this, tell me, and I'm going to press this button here.
Okay. All right. Are you ready?
Do a countdown.
Okay. On go, I will hit it. Not one, go, I will hit it.
Okay.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go. No usable mount found.
All right.
So we have to reprogram it. I have a great white Kodo and a white Kodo. Stick that on the hotbar. And it gave me instructions. Run print spell ID while hovering your mount.
You have to reload the UI
Uh,
after you save the file.
print. Oh, I have to do /run print spell. Nil. /run print ID. No. Okay, that was not. Maybe.
There's a couple other ways to do this. What you're trying to do.
I'm trying to get the spell ID for
Yeah.
Great White
can see.
Kodo. Great White Kodo. Two three two four seven. Oh, that wasn't the right 232. Oh, that was not the right one. Oh, so I have to do /reload.
After you've changed the code, yeah.
Oh. All right, now, all right, you ready?
Hold on.
Oh.
Let me reset this. I gotta add. Hold on. Fucker. Alright, I am ready when you are.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go. No usable mount found. You can still track it based on the bottom left of the text box there that says simple mount.
Okay. While you're doing your thing, I'm gonna. I think in game there's a way to turn on the IDs. I just have to find it.
Well, it dismounts.
That could be for a different reason, though. There's a command you can type that anything you mouse over it should give you the ID during like the whole period of time.
247. Yep, it is broken.
Broken?
Does not work.
Can I see?
What do you want to see?
The code. Can I see the TOC file first?
Yes.
Okay. And then the Lua. I see your Lua file.
Let me. I got it.
Graded button. Are you specifically trying to? Oh, you're putting it in Chat GPT. When the file is so small, just a Control A, Control V is better than giving it the whole file. I pasted. Did you tell it that we're working in 3.3.5?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fucker.
Matter.
No, just annoying. No usable mouth.
I was shocked that you got that button there so fast. I mean, that's just crazy. It's done a lot more complicated tasks for me, and this is so simple. I'm surprised it's not figuring it out quicker. But I do it a little bit differently than you. Like I make it rewrite the whole freaking thing. I don't. There's less errors. Chance of me getting something wrong. Editing something.
I know what I did. No, I haven't been editing this thing the whole time. I've been editing the wrong one.
The wrong one?
Yeah.
Yeah, see? It only
You
takes one fuck
fucker.
up and just tell it to rewrite the whole thing. Copy and paste what you got and say rewrite this for me, bitch.
Oh my god, dude.
You might want to ask it just to make sure that doing a reload is okay with this simple add-on.
Give me just a second. And now there are no buttons.
I'm sorry.
I fucking hate this. I'd rather read 30 million pages of a fucking
Oh,
document and figure this out rather than ask this fucking thing 80 trillion times. Fucking hate this thing.
I would have been done by now, man. I'll get that working in 2 minutes or less. Ugh.
Hold on. I'll be back in a second.
Okay. Ow.
Oh, fuck, dude. I'm back.
Thing all right?
No.
What's up?
So, my mom called, or my mom called Joanne and said that she had some kind of bloodborne disease, which my mom's has been hallucinating shit, and she's been in the hospital. And I don't know what to believe. And I kind of like searched it up on Google, what is a bloodborne disease, and I found it was like hepatitis and other shit like that. I left the stream open on it. But what was I gonna say? I checked her charts, which I can check, and they did a blood test at 5:30 in the morning. So there could be a truth behind it, or she just misunderstood, or is hearing shit. So I don't know what to believe. And they wouldn't tell me anything over the phone, even though I am the medical proxy.
Why wouldn't? What was their reason for not telling you over the phone?
Because they couldn't. They said that they wouldn't give me that information. I don't know. I really don't. Because, like, I told them all that I am the medical proxy and all this other shit, and it's like, oh, we don't know who you are. I'm in the files.
You don't. They don't have a way. Who were you talking to?
I don't fucking know. I'm just like, whatever. If this is how it's gonna be, I'm just gonna walk there. Or I'm not gonna walk there. I'm gonna drive there. But
Yeah.
I don't want to fucking waste my time on the phone. By the time I'm done with this conversation, I could be there.
Yeah.
You know. So that's what I'm about to go do. Not to ditch you with
Oh, you're
Yeah.
fine, man.
simple mount Lua. That doesn't fucking
Yeah.
work. God damn it. I made a button that doesn't work.
Yes.
Motherfucker.
Once you get the hang of how to communicate with ChatGPT, it'll be.
Dude, I
That'll
do
work.
not want to use this thing. I can tell I would be fucking. I will use it to learn how to actually do shit if it's right. But I think I'm better off in the long run teaching or learning, the old-fashioned way.
Okay.
So, because there's a fucking 25% chance that thing's right, and when it's right, it's wrong.
Well, what you could do is tell me what to do, and then I will get it to
Alright.
work.
Make a single button add-on
Okay.
that the button goes in the middle of the screen,
Yep.
and it mounts and it dismounts. That's it.
What kind of mount? Does it matter?
Any mount.
Any mount. Okay.
Any
all right.
mount.
Well, you realize I've already done that, right?
Just now?
It didn't have that. Well, in the multi-follow, there was no option for mount and dismount, and that's
No,
already
but
all
there's no
done.
fucking button in the middle of the screen.
No, there's not.
Exactly. So you didn't already do that.
Okay. I guess you're right. Okay. Oh shit. I will time myself when I do it.
Okay.
Okay.
Fucking smack in the middle of the screen.
Smack in the middle of the screen. You got it.
Yep. That's all I want right now. And from this one stupid add-on, this one fucking button, I will work on the code to do something else.
Okay.
Just want to know how to put a button on a screen.
Got it.
All right,
It
I'm
will be done.
gonna get ready, and then see what
How
this.
far away is the hospital?
Probably 15 minutes, but I gotta do other shit first.
Okay.
Ah, fuck.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we'll see you later.
Yep. And yeah, I'll see you in a few hours. Something, whatever.
All right. Sounds good.
All right, dude.
Be safe.
Ready?